Uh... Crap. I need sound to be on screen to see if it's working. Howdy gang. Play more Darksiders 3. If I remember correctly, we just have a lot of boss fights coming up. Like, that's gonna be most of this. Sure, we have to re-explore some parts of the Scar, like, once the tornado's gone. Just that small area. Otherwise, we just have a ton of bosses. And, this will probably be, like, the second last, or maybe the last if we don't get our asses beat too hard, session of this. Almost definitely second last, actually, because we still have to do the arena, and I haven't trained at all in there. So I need to, like, seriously get on that. Yeah, we'll go beat some ass. I have 12 of these, but I don't have a chosen soul. Can't actually make use of that quite yet. Does this take us to where we just were? Just up here? I think so. Oh, I didn't check on my camera. Looks mostly fine. Maybe I can turn on the backlight. Not that it matters too much. Yeah, fuck it, yeah. So what is it? Logi. I know there's a new software that came out like a year ago. I just never upgraded to it, even though it used to give me a pop-up. And it would probably fucking work better and not reset the settings every time I restart my computer. I totally forgot to do that. This game is supposed to make things brighter, but it doesn't. So I just turn it down because it's going to make the quality worse. White balance, I turn that up a little bit. So even though my bed sheets are white, it makes me look a little less pale. And this thing just whitewashes the image a bit, but it does make it clear. Yeah, I keep a pretty unlit room, I guess. I can see just fine. It's not abrasive to the eyes, though, and that's how I like it. But when your screen is dark, that's really bad for the picture quality. It's gonna look all checkerboardy. Not nice. Sucks. Sucks a lot, because I don't know why it's not like that when things are too bright. So a lot of people just have like a whole light attached to the camera, or just like behind their computer, just shining their face the whole fucking time, and that sounds like agony.
For all of their achievements, humans were outmatched in the apocalypse. Their civilization is now mere fodder for demons.
They truly were a pathetic species. But there are shades of intelligence in their monuments.
Have the humans grown on you, mistress?
Hardly. I pity their hubris. They believed they could control this world's destiny.
Still, these towers are impressively ambitious. As if they were reaching upwards, looking for purpose in the heavens. What irony they were consumed by hell.
Indeed.
I was told to save whatever humans I came across for reasons, and it gets me upgrades sometimes. Otherwise, I don't feel like we've really interacted with the humans at all for that change to have made any sense in theory. And now, I understand that this was like modern day, and modern day happened in like 2010-ish, right? I don't know when the first game came out, probably around then. But do you think there could be humans still alive on like the moon or something? That feels like the right way. Also, I feel like a rumble in my controller when I walk over there, and that spooks me. Oh, they just stripped the way out, okay. I need to turn around at all. At all. I need to turn around. I don't give a shit about it. Ah, stop. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Take a minute to get back into the flow of things. Only cheated. Got a couple games to talk about later. I'm in a weird spot with them in that I'm still actively playing them. Like, I'm not 100% done, but I have technically finished the main campaign of each. And so that means I've, like, technically played enough to talk about it. And I, of course, enjoyed them both enough to continue for a bit, at least. You know the rules, we gotta wait till we're like 30 minutes in, so whoever wants to listen can join in. Oh my gosh. Bam. It's a black knight. He's guarding a soul of a crestfallen knight. This is the vibrations I was feeling. Conveyor belt. I feel like it's a little too powerful for me to feel it when I'm not just underneath it. Well, I know though, this thing can be pumping out fucking 3 million horsepower. Oh, it's probably that too. Instead of like 1,000 slave demons, they just have Dom Toretto's car down there pulling it. The winch. Oh no, not the man with the horn. Whoa.
Stand in my way.
Oh. So, am I an idiot for like upgrading this axe? Like, I know the thing said it's just better all around, but how much better is better all around? Probably just a little better. Like, I totally could have upgraded the claws more because I use them more, possibly. And it's not the axe doesn't have its uses. I enjoy it. It's powerful. It smacks up the boys who block all the time. It's a solid addition. But, like, for how often I use the claws, I should have just had those maxed a long time ago, don't you think? That's my next thing on the list, I suppose. And this thing, you know, I pull it out and beat some ass sometimes, but I still don't really using it too much. I have no good reason for that. I just don't. So, when you see all these, like, finely cut wood planks and steel braces, it, like, leaves the implication that there's any form of society going on with the demons, but you never seem to see it. Like, yeah, they have these grinder things, but what do? Probably smash up some metal, maybe that's why it's so bent and shitty looking, but, like, the wood? Do they have sawmills or something? Like, how do they get it so nice? Nice and straight. This is like proper wood compared to these. All I'm saying, you know, I get it. We're not in hell. We're not in any of the demon cities. We've seen Samael's castle before. It was a nice place. Oh, is he like buffing them? thought it just, like, alerted them. Summoned them or something. I like seeing where the enemies are. Thank you very much. Oh wait, can I just knock him onto the... Oh, he knows better than to wait on the tracks. That's interesting. Get on the freaking belt. I'm trying to make it funny. Durr!
You will fall.
He's gonna get degrinded. Was that all a counter? Very long-winded. Had 2 hits to it though, that's kinda neat. Okay, so that's cleared out. Seems like that's gonna take me, like, up above this, which I guess is what I want, because I can't really run against it. I also feel like there's probably treasure if I were to run with it. Then again, maybe I'm just, like, trying to stop it, or maybe I clog it with that big pillar up there or something. Something crazy. Am I missing something? I suppose this could be a shortcut, but if it is, that's like fairly more dangerous than taking the other route. Because otherwise, I'm gonna have to like stop the conveyor belt, which, you know, I thought would be done with a lever, because that's how it normally works, but we have this. Stasis. I hadn't considered it as an option. Oh, he is though. What the fuck? Are you kidding me with this bullshit? That killed? Right, it happened to us before. I think that's pretty fucked up that it kills. Sheesh. Right, so basically every time you land on the ground while on the conveyor belt, you do like the I just fell from 1,000,000 feet power landing. That's kind of fucked up. Like, it's there entirely to, like, make you die. I guess it also makes some sense, like, you wouldn't have good footing if you landed on a moving surface like that, probably. So I'm not even gonna fight those guys, because apparently I don't have to. That's just the world we live in. Something I've really been struggling with when I'm designing my levels. Like, there's combat in the game, and it's kind of the primary mechanic. Like, I guess if you want to get even more technical, platforming is the primary mechanic, but I haven't, like... It's not quite the focus of the game at the moment, because you don't have any abilities in the early stages that I'm working on, so, like, there's not too many platforming gimmicks, you know? So then what we're left with is just a combat system that is, like, it feels decent, it feels alright. I wish... It could be a little better. I think it's technically, like, a little too tight right now, like... I experimented with a block system, but I thought it was pretty boring, so I went for dodging instead, feel like this game, right? And, you know... You start with either a distance dodge, which is safe, easy to use, but, like, takes you out of the fight. Or you have a spot dodge, which is much harder to use. Because it has, like, a smaller iframe window, right? And, so yeah, that's basically the main issue. Like, I need it... I'm still playing with the values for how tight that spot dodge should be, because sometimes it works. I feel like the first enemy I made, the freaking sword boy, he has a couple different attacks. I'm able to reliably dodge most of them. And this animation speed itself is good, it's tight, it's fast, so like for a multi-hit attack you can reliably rhythm. Feels pretty good. And sometimes I just totally fuck it up, and like, as the person who's played the game, like, a lot, I feel like I shouldn't be fucking up so frequently. Otherwise, things started to feel really great once I added in sound effects, which, you know, I thought it felt alright before that, so I think that's, like, a solid foundation. Anyways, back on topic. So with platforming not being the focus at the moment because of the early stage of the game that you're in, all you're left with is the combat system. So I have to, like, force the player to do combat, which there aren't a lot of ways to do. Like, there's narrow hallways where you can't jump over enemies, which I don't like most of the time, because again, there's platforming elements. You should be able to jump over a lot of things. You don't want to be stuck in narrow hallways too often. Though I have used it a couple times. And the other option is just a straight up combat wall. Like, you know how in Devil May Cry or whatever, first time you enter a room, a freaking wall of souls will appear and you're just stuck there until you kill all the enemies. I think it happens in Darksiders sometimes too. Doesn't really happen in this game. But the enemies are persistent enough that you can't run away from them, really. And yeah, I use those sometimes too for like mini bosses and stuff. But like, I feel like I need to do more of the freeform, no hardball method. But I still need to come up with more creative ways to keep the player in the room to fight. And I guess I kind of just answered my own question by saying I need to make the enemies more aggressive so that you can't run away from them. But I'm not sure how I feel about that. Because I don't want, like, speedrunners to have to fight all the enemies. As things stand, they move a little slower than the player, so you could hypothetically run away and look for health or whatever if you needed to, but maybe that's the wrong thinking. In fact, as it stands, the sort of backwards dodge move, which takes you out of the fight, is just like something I almost want to avoid using because I don't like being out of the fight. It puts a little too much distance, but I've tried like lesser values and it just didn't work out. Maybe if the enemy could catch back up to you quicker while you're running back to it, that'd be perfect. Interesting. I'm like not even talking to you guys anymore, I'm just thinking out loud. So, do I have to like force this deck into place or what? Oh, okay. Some of them just don't work and some of them don't. Ogre. Look for that. This looks very familiar. If I'm not mistaken, somewhere like over here, there should be an opening to the last chosen fight. I'm pretty sure he's one of those big clawmen.
Prepare, mistress. The last of the chosen is here.
What did I just say? Not a clawman though. Some kind of Shrek. Should I heal? Do you think I could take a hit? And Bulgrim's right there. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Oh, no, no, no. Ow. Guy doesn't even have that much health. I really just need to get like a lot more myself. shit. I didn't even dodge that, he just missed. Sick. Oh jeez, I didn't even mention the other defensive option, of course, just jumping and ducking over attacks. I have like a sort of Beautiful Joe system where like I meticulously measure the height of where the hitboxes will be during attack animations, so that you should either be able to duck or jump over an attack. Jumping over is generally not too useful, but sometimes you fight a big enemy like this, and then if you jump over the attack, you'll be able to hit him more while you're in the air or something. And I only have one flying enemy in the game so far, but I was thinking of having something with like tentacles or something that can like do a sweepy upwards attack, so you know you dodge by jumping and then you'll be able to hit him while you're in the air. I'm not sure what the enemy would be though. My mind is going towards jellyfish, but like Hollow Knight already did jellyfish not in water. Oh, I actually have two flying enemies, never mind. But they both shoot projectiles.
I felt it. Pure hatred. Burning an invisible star.
Finally.
Was supposed to kill him? Huh. I guess if the other ones were all hidden, they would want to make you aware of their existence at this point in the game. Some of them were kind of hard, right? But like, now you've gotten to the last area of the game, then when you know there's like challenges waiting for you if you go explore, I guess. That one was mandatory, apparently. Oh, jeez. There is actually a third dodge move that's just like this, just a quick leap forward. I'm struggling to get a good animation for it. Like, I don't want it to look like a jump necessarily, so I suppose I could do that. Currently, he just kind of like tucks in and moves his legs really fast, so he's just like darting forward. A lot of the animations are based on like boxing moves. So, like, getting the feet to not look too janky while moving super fast, because, like, it's a really quick animation. That's the struggle. And that one has its own uses too, of course. Like, technically you can do it while you're standing right in front of someone and it just looks silly like that. It has like a longer window where you're not invincible towards the end of it though, so like it's kind of more dangerous to do it when you're in front of someone. The main purpose is just to dodge through projectiles and like close the distance with a ranged attacker. So I thought there was like a good bit of designer's intention in that, because that's exactly how I end up using it most of the time. It's not meant for closing the distance with melee attackers, only with ranged ones. Now, what I should really consider with it is implementing like a shortened version of it, or like a way to cut out of it real quick if I run into a wall or something so I don't look too silly. Or even make the dodging from a melee attacker just cancel out into the spot dodge. I think I could do relatively easily, honestly. Because I already have like a similar system for when you're walking, so you don't just stop instead of just running into the wall. Even though you're still holding forward. Thing I have to consider with that is just like, you know, form over functionality. I prioritize functionality, even if some things maybe look a little jank. Which usually just means I have to think about the animation again. But, you know, maybe there could be some unforeseen consequences canceling the dodge when you do it into a wall like this. It should be fine. Meanwhile, I'm just supposed to be making levels right now because for the most part the whole game framework's done. And I keep making excuses. I actually just got back into building levels, like the other day, 2 days ago. Took a pretty long break, like I didn't work at all during December because I was just too busy at my actual job. I don't like calling it my actual job because I'm not passionate about it, you know. I intended it to be a temporary gig, but like all 3 jobs I've worked so far have just started taking from me more and more eventually.
A demon!
And, you know, it like forced itself to become my actual job. Again, in reality, from the beginning with each of them, I told them I got another good thing I'm doing, and it's pretty cool, and that's what I intend to do. Alright, I don't want to be here more than a year. And it just ends up being a lot longer than that. Like, I told myself I was going to be done with this thing, and I'm nowhere near done. How long ago? Because, like, they just fall into a rut from too much at work, or work wants too much from me, or like it sucks. Like I'm freaking disappointed in myself.
Good eating. Take your time. As you wish. This will be fun for both of us. As you wish.
What's even worse is everyone else that knows about it doesn't know the kind of work that goes into it, right? So like when I told them I was almost done 3 years ago, 2 years ago, now I look like a real jackass, even though I'm not the one who said it. Brother did, because he thinks that he knows the work that goes into it. He has no fucking idea. The only thing I can say with certainty is sometime this year we will have a small demo. I'm not even gonna put a fucking deadline on that because it could take way longer than I think. That's moving, I guess. Damn. How are we doing? Has it been a half hour yet? Yes, it has. Woo! Alright, so we beat in 2 games, kind of. I explained. I'm still technically actively playing them, but I finished the main campaign or whatever, and I still have more stuff to collect and stuff, you know? But we were able to talk about them. One of them's going to be a bit more of a long conversation. So we will start with the first one, Sea Salt. Remember last time we was talking about stuff we bought from the sale? Maybe it was the time before last time, I don't remember. So Sea Salt was the sort of Lovecraft swarm management game. When I say swarm management, I'm referring to stuff like Overlord and Pikmin and, whatchamacallit, Ocelot. I think this one is best compared to Ocelot, or maybe Overlord in some respects. No, mostly Ocelot. I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. Whatever, the Greek mob simulator thing. So in that game, you basically destroy houses, and you know, you get random systems out of it, and then occasionally you're at checkpoints, you'll get like a Greek hero from myth or whatever, and he'll be the actual part of your army. He'll provide like a massive buff to all the stats. He might have his own unique functionality. I don't know, I never honestly wrapped my head around the mechanics of that game too much. Like, yeah, I beat it a few times, it was a roguelike, and I, like, got a couple of different endings, kind of like Binding of Isaac does things. Like, it gets longer as you play it. But, yeah. It's not like you're bringing stuff back to your ship as in Pikmin, and there's not RPG elements, you don't have a character you're controlling or anything of the sort. You're just holding a button, telling guys when to attack. And then you have different units in the army that have their own unique features, and that's how it relates back to Ocelot, right? You're just telling them to do a thing, and you can kind of pick who's in your army. Now, when they're not doing things, like you're not holding the attack button, they will move faster and try to avoid, like, stage hazards, like fire and stuff. So there's kind of a reason to not just hold it all the time. Specifically, if the guy is running away from you, you want to, like, surround them first by not attacking, and then start attacking so they can't run anymore. You can also, like, stun lock guys that way. if you have enough units, which is pretty important with some of the guys like the shotgun man or the flamethrower guy. I guess you could say it's kind of a puzzle game in that respect. Like, the enemies are all strategically placed that you'd have to approach them from specific angles, or take out certain enemies first so you can get to them reliably without getting your whole swarm eaten. Because your units are all very squishy for the most part. It's very easy to lose everything very quickly. So when you hit pause, you can actually, like, restart the screen that you're on with all your units back, because that's how difficult it can be at times. See, it's level based, so you're not managing that same swarm throughout the whole game as an Overlord. I feel like there should be something back here if I look. I'm not sure how to look. Nah, you definitely can't fit it back there. Okay. Why did I do that? So it's level based, each level has a unique boss at the end. Sometimes after beating a level, you'll be given a choice of like left or right, something like that. And that'll take you to different levels. Now sometimes the levels are the same theme, but they're different in that they'll have a different boss at the end and there's different areas in it, but as far as getting the achievement for getting all the levels is concerned, you only have to worry about the one variant of whichever path you chose. Though on subsequent playthroughs, you may find yourself going back to the same levels to take the other path and play a different boss or something. So, why is it so important to do that? Well, after killing a boss, you will get a new card. And these cards they're stat cards, whatever. They contain the monsters that you summon. So, you know, you earn new units for your army after being a level. Is essentially what I'm saying. I don't know why they're like framed like cards, but I don't know. We like collecting cards, don't we? Maybe that's why. Yeah, I just killed myself. What of it? Oh, hold on. I should be able to live if I stay like this. Oh wait, I'm actually stuck. Shit. Alright, we gotta go back to the menu. So what's shitty is after you finish a route, it just restarts you from the beginning, and there's not like a revealed map of where you've already been. There's no check marks next to levels you've already done. You just kind of have to remember yourself or do guesswork. But there's not that many branches. I think there's like 2 branches on each route, so that would be like 8 different paths you can hypothetically take. And like square that or something. If you want to be real technical, I'm talking about paths to take you unique levels specifically, as opposed to every possible variation. Each level has its own tile set. It's all unique looking. It's good, I guess. Personally, wasn't a fan of the sewers because of how dark they were. I guess that was the whole gimmick of it, but you just couldn't see where the enemies were, and that's kind of important. Sometimes the gimmick includes things like little infected fish barrels that you can get more of your swarm, the basic unit, from, or like you'll see tanks where they're, I guess, cloning fishmen, which are also units you can break out if you destroy them. Sometimes destroying the environment will give you money, especially in the church where everything's made of gold. I said that you don't have a character you control, but you do have an apostle who sort of represents your cursor. And what the apostle does depends on who they got. You unlock them all in unique ways, but they all have passive bonuses and a different starting loadout. So, for example, there's one guy who's a lich, and he just starts with a lich as his unit. And what the lich does is, after killing an enemy, he will summon a ghost. And that's a unit you can normally make, but the ghosts expire over time, or as you go on to next screen, your ghosts will all disappear. So, like, he temporarily makes a big swarm, and he's useful in some levels, but not all of them. So if you're using the Lich Apostle, your ghost will no longer expire, and he's kind of busted. Except, I don't think he can summon more when he gets money. I might be mistaken. Some of them have a use for the money, some of them don't. For a lot of them, it just, like, summons more of whatever their loadout is. So there's another guy who's like the Duke of Flies, right? And he starts with flies. And what flies do is, again, on kill, they summon maggots. And maggots on kill summon more maggots. So if you keep them alive, you could get a lot of guys really quick. However, both the flies and maggots are incredibly squishy. So I have a lot of trouble playing him specifically. And then there's the basic guy, who's just like a ugly fish-looking dude. He has stronger swarms, the basic unit. So, like, him being the basic guy means that when you unlock the other basic unit alternatives, like the crabs, who just have more health, but are kind of slower, I end up just not using the crabs, because with his buff, the basic guys were just better all around, you know? The units all have their own functionality. They're all very unique from each other. I explained a couple of them. There's also, like, slugs that slow path behind them.
Vibrations of power that emanate from it.
No, but feeling isn't
Can I
my
jump?
strong suit. That said, I would recommend avoiding it.
Why?
If I may be blunt, what brews within is not part of your mission.
Interesting.
What? There's the goal. Right, there are, like, stray cats you can get that you're able to jump at enemies from a long distance, and they'll, like, stay stuck on them after that. They can actually jump through walls, so they're kind of OP. To balance that out, not all of them summon the same number of guys. Like, the unit's really strong, you only summon 1 or 2. There's a lot of units. So throughout the levels, you'll sometimes find, like, summoning circles, and that's where you can get more units. Otherwise, after killing, like, high priority targets, like the shotgun guys or the samurai guys. I say samurai, he's just like an edgy dude with a katana and a top hat. Pretty cool. I think I need to put something on that. You kill them, they'll drop a large amount of money, and they'll like fill up a bubble, like a little Diablo bubble with liquid in it. And when that's full, you'll be able to activate whatever your apostle's ability is. Which is usually just summoning more units, whether you get to pick or not. With the main guy, you are able to pick. That's how that works. Am I supposed to, like, freeze it? Or how do I... freeze this? Oh. Yeah, the game can be difficult, and there is like a hard mode you unlock after beating it the first time. I do not intend to play in that hard mode more than once, which I already did. Because there's a secret character you can unlock if you sit through the credits. And he's an actual character. He doesn't have a swarm at all. The controls are still just as basic, like you just move around with the guy, he replaces your cursor, and then when you hold attack, you shoot your guns. He's pretty sick. He's pretty OP. He's actually kind of weak, but whenever he gets his gold meter filled or he comes to his summoning circle, he can get a blessing to increase either his move speed, attack speed, or heal himself. So he's like a very unique playstyle, though he's still objectively easier than doing any of the swarm bullshit, so I used him to get through the hard run. But again, he's a secret character, so he doesn't count towards like the arenas when you complete them. I didn't even talk about the arenas. After you beat the axe for the first time, you'll unlock an arena themed around it, and you just go through like 15-20 consecutive stages. They're seemingly randomized though, which I don't like. There's no way to like plan out a proper strategy to get through it. It's just kind of a map, and then you fight guys. Seemingly random configurations. And the arenas are much more difficult because you have to get through a lot of them, and there's just a lot more stages to them than a normal level. And then there's of course a boss at the end. That's why you have to beat the levels first. And there's an achievement for beating them at least once, but there's also like a little badge you get on the screen for each apostle that you've beaten it with. So if you're a completionist, you'll want to fill out all those. Son of a bitch. Edge. I don't know what to do. Like, obviously I can't just outpace it because, like, why wouldn't I just be able to stand on it myself? I have to do something with this fucking block. But what? Fucking what? Oh. No, don't run away, Tornado. Just fucking drop it. So, while I am still playing the game to unlock stuff, I do feel that it could have maybe benefited from the more roguelike structure of Ocelot. Though the way it does things is fine, I suppose. Art style is also fine. It's 8-bit pixel art for the most part. So, like, you know, there's only so much you can do with that, though I do feel they captured the Lovecraft aesthetic well enough. Shit. Seems like that's maybe what I'm supposed to do. There is a story to the game. I don't want to, like, spoil everything, but to start, you have, like, a pope of sorts running the Church of Dagon, and he sacrifices people. Everyone's cool with it, because Dagon's cool and stuff, as long as he's giving the sacrifices he asks for. Sometimes it's money, sometimes it's people. He, like, whispers specific people that he wants. And, you know, the game starts up with him doing a sacrifice, and he gives him another list, and the Pope is on the list. He's like, oh shit, I don't want to do that. I'm the Pope. Like, you don't sacrifice me. It's fucked up, dude. So he runs away, and, that's it. Alright, you want that sacrifice, so you're sending your army up there to kill everyone in the town until that fucking Pope's dead. And the Pope, like, he gets everyone all riled up. He organizes defenses against the monsters, as well as, like, trying to sacrifice other shit to try and appease you. And it just doesn't work out, obviously. The Pope is, of course, the final boss, and you do see he has, like, laser beams and shit, so, like, you did give him actual power. He was worshipping Dagon for a reason. Did I kill the tornado? What the fuck?
Congratulations on your victory, mistress. I hope it was worth risking everything.
Did you hear it?
I heard only your screams and a monster died.
Perhaps. Or perhaps the universe holds much more mystery than I ever imagined.
What does that mean, mistress? I detest philosophy.
What does it mean? So as far as the basic gameplay goes, I do feel that, like, the strategic placement of tough enemies and trying to figure out the right route through level, strategically taking out targets to manage other ones, that's all, like, good. There's, like, a layer of skill, and the game is actually kind of difficult. As opposed to, like, Pikmin, where it's all just straight time management, but the combat isn't ever too difficult. I guess I like that. Though, I definitely prefer the idea of having the persistent swarm throughout all the levels. I'm not sure how they would have done it with the way they handled, like, with the placement of enemies and the ability to rapidly lose your swarm like you do. I don't think that it would have worked necessarily if they had done it that way. But I definitely still prefer the likes of Pikmin and Overlord in that respect. Funny. So if I killed that Twister, did I kill the other one too? Yeah, obviously I'm still playing it. I still have things to unlock, though I have beaten it in the hard mode and the normal mode. Still have to do the arenas, which I point out are much more difficult than normal levels. The final level is actually kind of rough, in that you only go through like 2 screens to get your swarm built up through the altars and getting money and stuff before you have to fight the boss. And the boss is also very capable of annihilating your entire swarm in like half a second, especially with his laser beam move.
We're safe for now, but you're an idiot if you think anything ahead will be easy.
Are you ready for another round with Wrath, mistress?
So
Second
I don't think
and last. I owe him a proper beating.
that one is like the best designed of all the levels. So I guess it does make it suitably difficult as the final boss, right? So I found myself like restarting it too many times, or even just restarting because I lost some guys and my DPS just went down that much, even though I could hypothetically keep going. I guess that's the elevator to the boss.
Take your time.
I think this is the one right next to the other tornado. Gotta be stuff over here, right? Yeah, good game. Alright. I don't think I like it as much as other Swarm games I've played. But it's alright. I don't know, I'll give it like a 7. Like, play it, I guess. There are much worse things you could do with your time if you enjoy the genre. So as someone who almost annually replays Overlord, I have to recommend that being the thing instead. And you know, that's a game that I also think is just alright. I just love it anyways. Like, I'd give that one more of an 8. Like, only slightly better. There's just so much untapped potential that I want to see taken out of that game, man. I'm freaking dying for a third one to come out. And yeah, I know Dark Legend exists, but it's like, it's not the third game. I say almost annually because I actually skipped out the last couple of years, pandemic years. I don't know why. I was actually making a crap ton of progress on my game for the first stage of the pandemic when we were like actually all stuck at home because we didn't know how to handle it yet. So that ate up like most of my summer. And it was great, alright? I loved it. I felt good about myself. So that's probably why I didn't replay it that first year. Because the summer's like the dry spell after I've maybe done a decent amount of the stuff I picked up from the winter sale. I'm just like, maybe it's time to replay something. I have a bad habit of buying like too much of the same. Like, you know, I'll be like too many fantasy games, too many RPGs, too many Metroidvanias. It's not that I don't love them, and I do eventually play all of them, but like, I don't add enough variety. I'm always like missing shooters for some reason. Probably because the ones that come out are never very good. And their names are almost always Call of Duty and Battlefield. We got a Halo for once. I still haven't played Halo Infinite. I'd like to. Doom was fun. I still have to go back and play the DLCs. Pray that Metroid Prime 4 still exists. And I, of course, played all the Metros last year. That was fun. Like, I do play them. I just don't play them enough. Did I even grab anything out here? I feel like I didn't. Can I just like hover back across this? Eh. Oh. That guy totally just walked out from behind the pillar. He didn't exist before. He definitely summons them.
You will fall.
They're beating my ass, aren't they? Eesh. I guess that's all we have to say about Cecil, huh? We're gonna wait until after we start the raft fight before we talk about the other game. It's just gonna be cutscene over. Up here and teleport back to fight Wrath, because he's probably the easiest opponent we have waiting for us.
Greetings. Take your as you wish. This with as you wish. Please take your time.
Bling anus. Stop humming.
Who knew the apocalypse would have so many elevators?
Must you fill the silence with your chatter?
Are you suggesting the Great Fury does not enjoy the pleasure of my company?
Pleasure is not the word I'd use.
You wound me, mistress. Have I not been the voice of guidance on this mission?
I will admit, you are not completely useless.
You flatter me, mistress.
Don't get used to it.
battle, which means we'll be running headlong towards it.
You're learning!
So has he just been like power leveling this whole time?
Especially when you're this angry. In some other reality, I could have loved you, Fury.
And Fury and Wrath do mean the same thing, don't they?
Some are born warriors, some...
This only just occurred to me, but why is the Watcher a girl? Like, is it based on who they're attached to, or what? Because they seemingly are genderless, like, they're kind of just an ink blob thing. And, like, yeah, girl power is fine and all, but, like, I would rather have Mark Hamill back, right? And, like, I don't even think it has a reason to have a gender regardless of its actual form, because, like, it's a magical being. Like, it exists as the product of a curse or whatever that was put on you. Which is an inky security camera. Wow, look at all those 2D sprites. They're, like, animating at, like, 15 FPS or something. There are a lot of them, though, and they look pretty good. I can't tell if they're flat, though I'm like 90% sure that they are. Or maybe, and this would be a crazy thought, maybe this whole thing is just like a cylinder mesh, and it's got an animated texture on it, and that's why they all look completely 3D. Though that would be like a lot of work. Maybe not as much as I think if you're just copying and pasting the guys, then rendering that out as a 3D thing. Interesting. Point is, you know that I can't have this many enemies on screen without lagging. There's obviously some fuckery going on. Whether I'm correct about it or not. A bitch. All that health is fucking melting. Ow, ow, ow. Didn't really do so much damage. She healed though, that's fucked up. I suppose I could go out of my way to kill them so it can't heal, but it also just kind of melts that quickly, like it's not too big of a deal. The elevator's kind of long though. I know I made it longer by talking about the effect, but I wanted to do that. This elevator, hardest part of the fight though. Not at all concerned. So we get to talk about a game, then, Orcs Must Die 3, baby.
You think you're angry? Child, I invented angry.
Yeah, I couldn't wait to play it. Maybe I should have a little bit. I don't know why I'm saying that, but yeah. I again really love the franchise, okay? I just had to. Now, when I mentioned that we bought it, I did talk about Unchained a bit. I think I still need to talk about the other games a bit. But we'll start by going off with what this one is. So, yeah, I think the original game has like 25 missions and some DLC. And of course, with every mission, you unlock a new trap or a new spell or a weapon or something, right? And that's still the case. However, there's also like skulls you get for doing well in a mission and like various other things. Sometimes enemies just straight up drop them. Sometimes you get them for points. There's one you get for time specifically. Others are for not letting enemies through the rift. So in addition to getting things for every mission, you can also just buy them from the store. And what's kind of messed up is the ones that you get from the missions are also available to purchase. So I held off on buying new things until I finished the campaign specifically. Which is fine, because you can also upgrade all your existing traps. Which I still have plenty of stuff to upgrade despite not buying anything yet, so it worked out. Now compared to the original, each trap only had one upgrade. You just like got a better version of it when you spent your skulls on it. And that gave you a reason to go back and replay missions. Two allowed you to buy additional traps that the game didn't give you, as well as a couple upgrades, I think. I don't remember specifically. This one feels like it's a lot more focused on the upgrades. Like, all the traps are just really weak, and you need to upgrade them if you want them to do, like, anything useful. And that's kind of a good and a bad thing. Fuck. I didn't even explain what the game is. It's basically a tower defense, but you place traps, and, you know, those are your towers. And, there's orcs coming at you in waves, and they're trying to go through the rift. Again, tower defense stuff, but you also play a character in the third-person action format. So sometimes you will need to personally activate those traps by hitting them, and like there's also just stuff that you do, so like you can maybe leave a hallway undefended and just do it yourself while you let the traps do all the work on another one. And with the scoring system, it works by every unique damage type affecting an enemy adds to a multiplier. So you want to like pair up the traps with unique elemental effects rather than what will kill the quickest. So you want like physical, fire, ice, lightning, poison, arcane, hero damage, which is just you attacking them at all, headshot damage, which is also a unique thing. And all of that can add to like, I don't know, like a plus 10 multiplier. And that's how you get the fat combos, that's how you get the big points. I think that I'm alright at it, but if you look at the scoreboards, you see there are people who have like over 100 times my score, and that makes me feel really insignificant. So they're probably cheating out now. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this game maybe changed it to just every damage source. Like, they don't even have to be unique damage types anymore. So that kind of, like, fixed things a bit, and that you don't necessarily have the funds to place all the traps to make the big combos like I was talking about. In general, it never feels like you have enough money to place anything. And obviously the score multiplier also adds to the money, so like big combos means more money. You will be able to place more stuff if you're good at the game. If you're bad though, you're just going to be punished by having it be even harder. And like there's never a tutorial that explains the score system to you, so it's very possible that if you're new to the franchise, you just won't even understand what you're doing wrong. So aside from just not having enough money, the maps are all like way too big. The game is built with like co-op in mind, and there were some missions that I had to replay a lot, and they would have just been a lot easier if I just had someone else defending the spot that was giving me trouble instead. Even if like my money was split in half, like the defenses I placed could be exactly the same. If I just had the other player there, it would have gone through easily. I don't know, some of the maps work just fine, others feel way too big, and I think the reason for that is because there's an endless mode that you can play. So obviously you want a big map to place a lot of traps, be able to use your barricades to alter the paths to make them go through the longer map or whatever. And that works in the context of the endless mode, but I feel that the campaign maps should not have been the same as endless maps, like they should have been their own unique things. And there are unique endless maps, like they just added into today in an update. Like the game's still getting free content in that respect. There's also like weekly challenges where you just compete for a score with a specific loadout on a specific map. There's a thing called a scramble mode where you do 5 maps consistently with the same amount of rift points, which is what happens when the orcs go through your rift. You have to get through 5 maps consistently, and each time it adds in like a unique mutator to them, so it gets a bit harder. And that's a unique idea, but currently I don't feel like I can make any progress in it without first upgrading all my traps a lot more. There's one map called the basement, right? And it's just like 3 doors almost immediately at the rift, and there's like a bridge that the enemies walk over that you could hypothetically push them or launch them off into the basement. Which is just a big empty nothing, just makes the path long for them to get to the rift. And okay, that's a cool idea, I guess. But the fire rate on the spring launcher traps or the wind belt is just not enough to consistently get all of them into the basement. And on top of that, if you're going for the time modifier, the time skull bonus, you don't even want to use it because it's going to take way too long for them to get to the rift if you do that. So basically what happens is you just set up like a last ditch defense around the rift, and the whole bottom portion of the map, the interesting part of the map, is ignored entirely. I felt the same way about the Coliseum level. Like, there's just a lot of level that you just don't even touch. Like, you literally never set foot over there because there's nothing to do. I'm sure both of those are endless maps, but like it just felt really weird and wasteful. It's a shame I don't even have the wind bell unlocked yet, because of what I was saying before, like you just get things sometimes that you were able to purchase, so I didn't buy it. But I love the wind bell, I want it. I guess I should mention that a lot of the traps are returning from the previous games. There are new ones, obviously. But to some people, it might feel like it's just DLC or something for Orcs Must Die 2. So the big new feature of this game is... 1, new characters. You play 2 new apprentices as opposed to Maximilian and Gabriella, the sorceress. Maximilian's more iconic, alright? He's the alpha chat, he's dope, he's funny, I love him. Yeah, Max is just like missing. He got lost somewhere. So you're playing 2 new apprentices that they were training, Kelsey and Egan. So as characters, they're alright. They're kind of like one-dimensional. Egan's like a prodigy. He has more power than he knows because he has like innate ability to do magic. And Kelsey's just like a nerd, alright? She wants to learn things. I think literally in the second mission, they say just that. She's like, I just want to know all the things. He's like, oh, so why don't glue stick to the inside of the tube? Because he's very aloof, he just says funny things. They each have a unique weapon that is locked to them for the duration of the campaign. So Kelsey has the blunderbuss from the second game. It has the secondary ability to launch a force grenade that you can knock enemies off ledges, or just knock them down in general, which knockdown enemies take more damage. You can upgrade the reload speed on it, and you can also get a unique upgrade to turn the secondary into an ice blast instead. Interesting. Egan has a longbow, which is actually a unique weapon. You haven't had that before. And it just fires fast, so you can upgrade the fire rate as well, and it does big headshot damage. And the secondary, you like charge up to do a sort of shotgun line blast. One of the upgrades is to make the main attack cause bleeding damage, and the other one is to make the shotgun fire in a line instead, so it becomes a straight Bukaki blast. I'm not sure how this man heals. I can't kill the angels if you haven't noticed. But he can. So you're stuck with that. Now the game's of course built for co-op, so you can either play Kelsey or Egan. You pick them at any time you want. The missions you're not locked in, even though it asks you at the start. And once you beat the campaign, or if you're playing on an endless map or whatever, you can put out their primary weapon, but they're stuck with it for the most part. They also have a different double jump ability. Kelsey can float, which costs mana to move with, but you can just stand there floating forever, which is kind of a good defensive thing. You can, like, rain hell from above with the grenades. Pretty cool. And Egan does like a stomp, which comes down and stuns enemies, which is arguably a lot more useful. But I think that the shotgun's more useful for taking out big enemies, because you can like get a million headshots at once if you're close to them. Which you should be if you freeze them first with ice, and which will make even more damage, and it's just the best. So again, the characters felt kind of like one-sided, like they're kind of like two aspects of Maximilian already. Maximilian started out as an idiot in the first game, right? But it was said that every rift that he defended, like, increased his understanding of rift magic, which is how they justified him getting new traps and stuff. Like, he invented those traps himself, hypothetically. And, like, he got smarter, he understood what was going on more as he progressed through the game. And I thought that was, like, a unique character arc. But he was also still, like, a quirky idiot the whole time, too. And I feel like the two new apprentices are just, like, those two sides of them split. Whereas Gabrielle is just a fucking ice queen. She knows she's better. And Max is kind of into it, and you know, I gotta say, I'm kind of into it too. Max does show up eventually. Off all the way at the end when you unlock a small mini campaign where you play as him. And he's old now, he has like white hair, character's been redesigned. Still a goof though. Gotta say, he looks like a fucking stud as an old man. Like, arguably, it's his coolest appearance yet. He had this, like, dope kind of golden black armor in fucking Unchained. I think Dad a Million looks cooler, though.
Some are born warriors, some only play at war. Which are you?
You also briefly play as a young Cygnus, the teacher trained Maximilian, and his elf companion Warwick. Who's just there to be like the co-op partner. He has other story implications, but like you briefly play them and you unlock them as endless characters. There's some other skins you can purchase after beating the campaign. More characters. They all have their own unique weapons to them too. So when you unlock the characters, you get a new weapon with them. And geez, I didn't even talk about the freaking war scenarios. That's the other big new feature aside from the new characters and weapons they come with. So war scenarios are just massive maps with massive hordes of orcs. And how do you deal with massive hordes? Massive traps. Those are pretty cool. Some of the traps are more creative than others. Like, one of them's like a bowling ball launcher that you have to activate yourself, which is kind of lame, but like, there's a map where there's just like big stairs they have to come up and you set launchers at the end and you launch them down and just mows them. It's pretty sick. There's like a big flip trap, which is exactly what it sounds like. It just flips the enemies, launches them in the air. So you can like throw them off cliffs or into lava, into water, or whatever, in large batches. There's an archer battalion. Rather than a single archer, it's just like a ton of them and they fire a volley, which has a massive range. So it's actually pretty useful. It is mow down guys as well. There's not a lot of these war scenario specific traps, but there are a handful of them and they're all pretty cool for what they are. What's lame about them though is that most of them can't be placed indoors. Some specifically have an upgrade to let them be placed indoors, but for the most part they can't be, which means that you are sort of inclined to not even let the enemies get past the first gate. You just want to only use the big traps and not set up any combos. And again, waste a big chunk of the map. Now in endless mode, you're obviously going to use the rest of that map, but again, it's just something I feel it needs to be mentioned. Either the mission should have been longer, or they should have given you a lot more money. Still, they're fun. Being able to mow down a lot more orcs. I've heard the complaint that after doing one, you will feel that the hordes in the smaller levels are just not enough. It'll, like, take away some of the fun. I disagree. Because in the smaller levels, one, it's more cramped. So you have to, like, do a lot more running around. There's more stuff to worry about in one small space. It feels like you're dealing with just as many. Also, you set up the combos in the smaller stages. Like, it's a different vibe.
Some are born warriors, some only play at war. Which are you?
The stages that gave me the most trouble were all the war scenario stages. I don't think they were maybe balanced as well as they could have been. Because the war traps are really expensive, and then if the enemy does happen to break past the gates and go into the places where you have to use the normal traps, you might not have enough money to do that, and then, like, the normal traps are meant for smaller amounts of guys, so they might not be quite as effective as you need them to be. Kinda just a mess. Again, in co-op, no problem. I played solo, gave me some real difficulty on some levels. In fact, as a solo player, I found that using the barricades was pretty essential for, like, blocking off paths, so I only had to defend one area in some specific stages. Which feels kind of like cheating, and also the barricades are really expensive, so it kind of took away from the fun I got out of placing traps.
I invented angry.
So, I guess you can consider that, like, a design flaw. In addition to just, like, how I said with the traps, you just never have enough money. And, like, they made them all a lot weaker, so you have to either play the game and grind out skulls a bit first to make them do a decent amount of damage. Or you have to place a lot of traps, which you can't do. Yeah, I just think that's a bit of a problem. So the first game came out in, like, 2012, I think. And it's a stylized art style, like, it looks good still, I think. The second game looks a bit better, it has new effects. I think they went from Unreal Engine 3 to 4 in that time period. And then Unchained came out, and Unchained was an MMO. It had 2 waves of orcs for each team going at once, so there's obviously a lot of orcs on screen, as well as the endless mode being, like, more of a focus in that one, so again, a lot more orcs in play.
I told you, I invented
I'm just fighting the normal wrath now. Oh, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? He's a lawnmower! He's a lawnmower! Jeez. So, with a lot more orcs in play, they had to make him look worse, right? So, I think that they just have, like, less detailed armor. Their textures are kind of, like, flat. And I don't think they look bad, per se. The character models still look fine. Though, I think that you'd expect them to look better at this point in time. Not about the same as they did how many years ago. Less gritty, even. And with the orcs specifically, I think the shade of green they picked was just a little too light. I feel they should have darker skin. Also, in Unchained, you're able to like customize your orcs too. Like you can buy like a set of pirate orcs or whatever, Viking orcs. I wish that that was still a feature. It's not. A shame, really. Since the orcs most likely came from Unchained, like I doubt they even upgrade the character models at all. Like that should all still work. Yeah, I think the game looks fine. Could look better, but it looks like the way it does for a reason. So I can see that being like a black mark on the game. I think the original game had 25 missions or something like that in the DLC, which I'm pretty sure I've just said that sentence before. This one has 18, plus a small campaign after the fact, and some DLC. I think Full Desires launched almost immediately with the game, which may be a bad thing. So, 18 plus the small campaign I think comes out to like 23, which is not bad. So I wish there was more. Then there's of course the endless maps and stuff, the scramble mode. There's plenty of stuff to do to go farm out more skulls, and you can play in a harder difficulty as well. Seeing angels, I don't know how he's gonna heal now. Maybe they anticipated me not knowing what the fuck was gonna happen or something. Again, there are some other unique traps aside from the War Machine ones, characters, but you'll see a lot of them are just like from the old games, a lot of classics like the spear wall, the target pit, the spikes, all being your starting loadout. I wish Kelsey had her own unique weapon as opposed to the blunderbuss from the second game. Because, like, that was new in the second game, you know? Now it's just like a reused thing. It felt like they only added the longbow when you first started, you know? Again, I'm still playing it, and like I enjoy it. I like the new stuff they added, like a lot. I just wish there was more content, which again they did just do a patch today, which added more maps. So that's fun and all. But I don't know. I feel a big part of the appeal is the story, even though it's not necessarily a story game. You just like hearing the funny dialogue or whatever. You like getting a sense of progression, unlocking the extra traps as you do missions as opposed to buying them yourself. Because when it gives you a trap, the next mission is usually like made for that trap, right? Like, it gives you a reason to try it out. It's almost like a tutorial of sorts, adds a unique challenge. So you get something like, what the fuck is this? How do I use it? See how it's slowing down his lawnmower? It's weird. Face me as a warrior. Oh, I think I'm supposed to stay close to him when he does that. I also think he's supposed to still have it on him right now, but because I slowed him, it got stuck in place. Very interesting. I don't know, hypothetically there's a lot here for you, but 2 has like a lot of content in it as well. And what's even better about 2 is that if you own the first game, all the maps from that game added into 2 with a new progression system. So, like, it's basically both games in one if you wanted to play it inside 2. And in my mind, that makes 2 the definitive experience.
You will fight until you can fight no more.
Not to mention the balancing just feels better all around in the second game. Like, when you get a new trap in this one, it's kind of like lame. Like, yeah, there's still the map wants you to use the new trap, but the new trap kind of sucks until you've upgraded a bit first. And with how you still get skulls and stuff from playing the endless mode and whatnot, you're like kind of encouraged to go dip out of the main campaign to go grind skulls in the other modes, which I don't think feels great. I think I preferred the way the first game did it, where you just got one upgrade, you friggin' got the skull variant of the trap, and that was it. It just worked. It was better. You need to upgrade it 5 times and have optional upgrades for it and stuff. Thankfully, you're not doing no crafting component bullshit like they had in Unchained, but still.
Where is your anger? How can you fight without anger?
Skillfully it is. Am I still beautiful? Thanks for the assistance.
Watching, not speaking.
Huh. We're all learning something on this little sojourn.
Oh, he's gonna take his axe. I bet. But there's not a lot back in that arena then. That's kind of shitty. Oh, right, I friggin' went and did the editing for all the previous entries of this up to this point. So I actually noticed something that I might have missed.
It travels far, Osman. Targon wishes to see.
Does he now?
Most urgently, it seems.
Or you lose out on your cut?
My cut? After all we've been through together, you think I... Of course it affects my cut. Please pay the Crucible a visit. Daddy wants a new pair of Soul Slick shoes.
You are filth.
Am I indeed? Filth who knows where the good money is. If you're willing to play. What would you ask of this humble merchant?
Alright, so I want to go check a place out real quick, see if I actually missed something. It's in the Bone Lands. Probably the cargo ship. And then I guess we're gonna fight the Lord of Hollows. We hypothetically have explored everywhere, so that might have been the last human we just saved. There should be an upgrade available for a thing. I don't know how much it'll help us. Hopefully it's something good. So again, I think the first game's like a fucking classic and it's all perfectly designed and stuff. The reason they changed the way the progression system worked later on was just for like scalability. Like they wanted to give you reasons to play the endless modes and stuff as opposed to it just being for fun. Which just for fun isn't bad, guys. Like it's totally fine. Right, the game feels fucking fantastic to play. Just for fun is fine. But whatever. The feature that I missed the most from that game, though, is, the alchemists, or whatever they're called, right? You hit a point in every map where, like, you just have more money than you know what to do with, and you don't really need to be placing traps anymore. Like, you have a pretty rock-solid defense. So, you were able to open up a little menu, and buy like passive upgrades from the alchemist that would affect like specific traps, or maybe you do more of an elemental damage, or it would like turn your crossbow into a fire crossbow or something. Because the crossbow is something you couldn't swap out. That was like your main weapon that was locked in before. And just like upgrades that would sort of let you pick out a unique build in between the rounds. And there was like 2 to start. I think you unlocked 2 more as you went through the game. And that feature did not return. I guess because it was kind of replaced by the upgrade system. Like the purchasing with the skulls, I mean. This is what I think I missed. But I thought that was a good system. And it kind of made a return in Unchained when you were able to like level up over time from killing orcs and other players and stuff. Like you put like unique modifiers on your skills. I guess I did come here. But I wish that they like maintained some variant of that, but they did not. I think that in endless mode specifically, it would have been a fantastic feature to have around. Oh well. So, like, there are design decisions that I feel are bad in comparison to the previous things. However, they make logical sense in, like, why they did them, why they're trying them. I just don't feel that they should have released them in like the state it is as like an experiment, you know, like QA testers should be able to tell them what I just said, like it's just not as good as it previously was. Though there are a lot of good ideas in there, and there is logical sense behind the experiment that they did as well. I just don't think it works out quite as well as it should have. And then, like, with the idea that the freaking second game has a lot of DLC, a lot of the same traps, even more traps, honestly, I think that has more stuff. And you can play both games inside of it. Like, it's just the better option. If they add map apps for the first two games that can go into this one, and they patch in whatever traps are missing, you'd be looking at a different situation. Like, it's shorter, it has less stuff. Flying enemies, those are usually a late game addition in both of them.
What would you ask?
They don't even exist until you do the optional second campaign.
Take your time, as you wish.
And I talk about the second campaign like it's not an important thing, because one, it's not an important thing, and two, it's not an important thing because it's a prequel. What I mean, like, you already know what comes after, loses impact when you do things that way. Which, honestly, if I started out playing Max and I saw him get captured and I thought I had to rescue him, I would have been like, I would have been in for that, right? That would have been like a better way to start the game, in my opinion. But, you know, I also talk about, like, it's just an afterthought because it's only, like, 5 missions long. The second campaign, which doesn't really feel like a campaign. You know, it's, like, not even a third of the length.
How can a hammer be of service, Fury? Aiming to lay down a mighty hurt, are we? Oh, what beautiful havoc you'll wreak with that.
Decisions. I could upgrade this because I like this, but we still don't know what the other weapon is. And I do have the axe, which I just like, so maybe I should just do that.
Some of my best work.
Creature of Wicked's a new tier.
Interesting. All right. Let's see what I can do for you. Some of my best work. Interest. Take care. And, what?
So saying that last human didn't unlock another upgrade, does that mean there's more humans I'm missing? I'm gonna look up real quick if there's more upgrades on the Rider's Mercy, not the location of the human. Because that's gonna take too much work. Like, how do I know which ones I've already collected? Five humans. It's 20 wrath. Plus 30% health. Plus 10 physical and arcane damage at 20 humans. So I don't have the last upgrade. And how many humans do I have? Is there a way to check? And aside from that, like, what haven't I explored? I guess I could technically go over, like, the first part of the Hollows still. And the Nether. And then maybe this area off to the side of where we are right now. If I wanted to look. I kind of do, because 10% damage for both types is kind of huge. Yeah. I'm not gonna, like, sit here and look at a guide. I might do it off screen if anything. But I guess I'm going to do some exploring right now. And how are we on time? 2 hours. Yeah, we'll explore a bit, and then I want to make sure that I kill at least the Lord of Hollows in this session. And if we get him done in a reasonable amount of time, we'll probably go and try and fight the Iceman that we were fighting before. Because we just left him because we thought we could get stronger. I don't remember if Pride or whatever is the next person is like an actual fight or not. Because I feel like that's where the game ends. So it also might be in the Lord of Hollows boss room. Maybe both. I'm not sure. So, I don't know, I feel like towards the end of that, you could obviously hear my disappointment, right? However, I still enjoyed the game very much. So, I don't know how to feel about it. Like, I guess I don't recommend it, and that I'd rather you buy 1 or 2. But, like, it's still a good game if you did want more. I can't even give it a number in that respect. Diggs, howdy. What's up? I don't think I'm gonna find anything up here. We're just looking again. Oh, sneaky boy. Nah. Oh, that was a waste of time. Guess we have to go check out the Nether. It has to be something to do with the ice abilities, right? I feel like I've smashed most of the big purple walls, so those very much stand out in my memory. Just not like a stats screen or anything for me to see how many humans I've collected. Would be nice if they just put a stamp right on this, right? Yeesh. It'd be nice if I didn't have to wait for this freaking elevator either. What a bold choice of them to put this at the start of the game. Been through that. Pretty sure that ice wall is pointless. Yeah, we're just gonna go down. What else do we have to talk about? This. I have been playing Valheim, my brother. We just killed the second boss, so I guess I have some stuff to talk about. Though I feel like the game is like hiding things from me still. Like I haven't really engaged with the building too much because I'm waiting for it to give you stone materials or whatever. How'd I miss this? Walk right by it. Please tell me this is the last human. I see like Reddit posts coming up in my news feed now on my phone. You know, you just like scroll over to the side and you got like a news feed. For whatever reason, Reddit posts are considered news now, but okay. I see posts of people's like builds for castles and fortresses and whatnot coming up, and they all look amazing. I'm like, why can't I do any of that? And it's not like I feel like I'm not skilled enough to do any of it. I just literally am unable to because the game isn't giving me it. You know how much stone I have in my freaking chest right now? Way too much. When you mine copper, it's so slow, and then like it just gives you a crap ton of rocks, and normally I just leave them on the ground, but once I built a cart, which I had to pull back to base myself, no horse or anything, it's actually rather frustrating. Once I invented a cart, I just loaded it all onto there because I could, like I didn't want to be wasteful. I figured I would use it eventually, but I'm still unable to build this stuff. But where are my manners? We need to start from the beginning. So the game is currently in early access still, and they got like a huge popularity thing. people streaming it for some reason. I don't know why people decide to stream an early access game, but okay. So let's just hope that it gets finished. I mean, they have all the money in the world now, so it hypothetically should, but like, I just can't trust early access. But my brother wanted me to buy it so that he could play it in a VR mod. That's the only reason he was interested in it, really. I wanted to play it regardless, but like, we were gonna play it together because it's a multiplayer thing. It's the kind of game that would feel really lonely playing alone, I feel. An item dropped. Where is it? I want it. It's probably a small healing thing. No. So he's been playing with that, and for the most part it works, but he's always bitching about how, like, he can't do certain things. Which he can, he just needs to look at the controls, or like, some of them aren't so easy to perform. Or he's like confusing issues with the game with issues of the mod that he's playing with, which are like, you know, they're two very different things. You got a guy who has access to the code and a guy who doesn't. You can only do so much in the framework of a mod. But, you know, it's cool, it works. I've played a bit of it in his VR setup as well. It has, like, the full finger tracking, motion tracking. If you're playing with someone who's on the PC, if they have the mod installed and just, like, disable that they're a VR player, they can see all the movement as well. So I see him walking around like a dumbass. It's actually pretty great. Like how his arms don't move at all when he's walking, because he's just not waving his arms around, you know? Or how his posture's just like a little too bad, so when he runs he looks like the freaking tall Ed. Like throwing things is kind of awkward for him. Punching with his right hand is awkward, I guess because the way the character is standing, like, it doesn't quite line up with what his actual reach is. Using knives has too short of a reach, so he doesn't use them. Like, there's only some weapons that actually function correctly for him. Which is most of them, so like, it works out, but still, there's some features that are just not quite there yet. Right, so we started the game, went into multiplayer immediately. When you make a new character, the tutorial is all specific to you. So, like, you won't feel lost if you just joined a friend's existing game. You'll still go through the motions, still have to fight the first boss or whatever to get tech upgrades. So the game starts with you being carried in by a Valkyrie, which is a big bird with armor on, and that's pretty sick. It's a unique take on the Valkyrie, as opposed to a bikini babe with wings. They bring you to Valheim, the 8th world or something, 8th, 10th world, I don't know how many worlds there are. It's a place where warriors go to prove that they're worthy to go into Valhalla. It's just an extra step, a purgatory for Vikings. And that's the premise of the game. You just gotta kill shit, prove that you're a badass. So otherwise, it's like a survival crafting RPG thing. You do actually gain skill levels, like in RuneScape. You just organically gain stuff as you do it. Which starts out, like, useful, but as you reach the higher levels, it becomes a bit less useful, because you lose 5% of it on death from all the skills. Down my throat. So, you know, when you're like level 1 and you lose 5, when you're level 5 and you lose 5%, that's only 1 level, it's nothing. When you're level 50 and you lose 5%, that's 5 levels. Right? 2 levels? The point is, you're gonna be fighting hard shit, you're gonna die a lot, especially at the bosses, and you're gonna lose a lot of levels, and it's gonna feel bad. So, like, yes, the levels are cool, I like that they're there, but they only, like, supplement the normal equipment upgrades that you'd get. So, in that respect, the progression feels something more like Terraria. Plus a little bit of leveling, which I think is a good balance. There's a skill for more or less everything you do except for building. Like swimming, running, jumping, sneaking, each weapon type, unarmed. Wood cutting, which is not the same as axes. Mining. For the most part, that's all satisfying to do. You start out naked, of course, so you have to, like, try and punch down a tree or pick up sticks to make anything. Pick up some rocks to make a stone axe. Which I think is probably your best bet as the first thing to get. I personally stuck with punching trees for a long time because the fist, they're kind of weak, but once you get a critical hit with them, it does big damage. So, like, they have small base scaling and, like, massive critical damage, and that feels really satisfying when you get it to happen correctly.
You're not worth
And unlike the axe, punching trees levels up your unarmed. Whereas the axe, you have to attack an enemy to level it up, otherwise it's going to level up woodcutting, which is for tree damage specifically. Kinda silly. The whole first phase of the game, you just, like, hunt. That's your goal. You need to get deer trophies to summon the first boss. You can make a suit of leather armor. You hunt enough deer, which you're pretty hopeless to do without a spear or bow. You can get leather scraps from hunting boars. If you have a base, you might get raided by deer and boar at random. Kinda messed up. And yeah, you can build, but you only have, like, some very basic, ugly-looking wood things. Thatch roofs and such. We kind of just had, like, a little lookout tower on the beach, which we, like, sat in and shot at deer from. Before we eventually abandoned it entirely. Like, it's still there. And it's relatively near the main shrine, so, like, we built a portal there eventually, but it is no longer a main thing. Which felt bad at first, but once you unlock the portals, it's just, like, cool to have, like, structures all over the world. Kinda like how in the last Terraria update they added in, like, fast travel crystals when you have, like, 3 NPCs in a biome or something. So it kind of encourages you to build small towns across the world. It's a good feeling to have it feel lived in like that, even though you're the one who builds everything. So the first boss is just a big electric deer, and he looks pretty metal as fuck. The music's even metal when you're fighting it. He was pretty cool, but he's also like really easy. Like again, I punched him to death because I leveled up my own arms so much. And the reward for killing him is antlers and his trophy, which you bring back to the spawn point. It gives you the new unique god power. You only have one equipped at a time, but it's pretty useful. It just like massively decreases stamina consumption for a period. Bro, what the fuck? And the antlers, for whatever reason, can be used to make a pickaxe. So that's how you unlock mining, and you're finally able to make, like, copper, bronze equipment. And that's where things just start to take forever. So, bronze is an alloy. That means it takes two different metals mixed together. Copper and tin. Tin is found along the shorelines, which we started our base along the shore, so it wasn't too hard to find. In the Black Forest specifically, so we had to leave our first biome entirely. That wasn't so bad, however, like, there just wasn't a lot near where we set up our base. So, where we ended up finding the most tin was by a freaking giant cave lair thing. A troll, not a giant. Those are two different things. So the trolls are really scary at first. We eventually built like a nice bow and were able to take them out, which made the mining much more easy. But to like start, to have something that can one-hit you, just be there, and like chase you away every time you're trying to mine, like, it sucks. Thankfully tin isn't too difficult to mine, so you can be in and out of there real quick. You drop all your shit on death too, so that's like the real frustration of it all. Once you have a full suit of bronze armor, you should be able to like tank a hit at least. Get a shield and you're gonna be solid. Otherwise you're gonna want to use a bow to take them out. Which they provide a different set of leather, so you can make a light armor set too out of them. The more frustrating thing is the bronze, because you need twice as much of it to make a single ingot. Not the bronze, the copper. And it comes from just like big rock deposits. You'll find like entire mountains just made of it. And it just has like a really slow mine time. It just takes a very, very long time to get any amount of it. And the first deposit I found was, of course, right next to another freaking troll lair, so that sucked ass. Though we'd already figured out how to kill them by then, so it wasn't too bad. Just had to wait for my brother, the other player, to come by and help me with it, because he's the one who uses bows for the most part. Now, my brother, he just like kind of dicks off sometimes and just like builds a lot. There's nothing wrong with that, right? He's having fun with the game. The issue is when we were like trying to collect all those materials, I really wish he was there mining with me, because I had to collect materials for 2 people and it just got really tedious and boring. So I like passively just took a little bigger cut of the stuff for myself. For the most part, I use it to upgrade the pickaxe so that I can mine stuff quicker, which would hypothetically help us out in the long run. I could justify it if you found out. Still, I spent like way too long just hitting rocks. And that wasn't necessarily too fun. Aside from that, to even make this stuff, you need to build a smelter, which requires a cert core. You have to explore as many dungeons, procedural dungeons scattered about. Another thing I need his help with. But he's always off building, so it didn't get done as fast as it should have. There you fight skeletons. Get you some more bone equipment, I guess. Upgrade some of the old stuff. Cores, which you use to make smelters and charcoal kilns. You need coal to power the furnace, so like you need to burn a lot of trees. You need a ridiculous amount of wood. And all that has to be done manually. There's no automation in the game, which I feel it desperately needs. Because like even the light sources you set up have to be refueled. So if you're building like a big grand fortress with lights all over the place, you're gonna have to put fuel in all of them again at some point. That's kind of annoying. That leads back into the water dungeons, so there shouldn't be anything we're missing in there. Oh boy, maybe I do want to look up the location of this last human then. Darksiders 3 humans. All human locations. There's only 20 of them. It can't be that hard to remember. Boy, these fucking ads just keep loading in. Haven, elevator entrance, broken down bus, down to going center, very first human. Crossroad. Probably got those. You just forge up wooden walkway. Yeah. Possibly missed that one, but I don't think so. North End, Country Head, where's someone? Barbecue. Even behind the rest of the purple debris. Yeah. Right. Leonard Station. Past Red Goose. Ray or Red Eye. ATM. Problem Tunnel.
Head goop. Runway tunnels, tangled grotto, cloth. Anything. Find the other two humans in the grotto. You need to have acquired the Force Hollow ability. Force Hollow, break through properly. Work in the path, take to the right and holes in the floor. Don't drop down the train station instead. Drop down the hole beside it and continue through the passage. You'll find yeah.
Okay. That sounds like it's a solid lead because I felt like I didn't get too much done there. What was I saying? Yeah, mining sucked. It sucked. I had to do too much of it because I was doing it for two people.
Take your time.
I did say occasionally get invaded by like boars and shit. After you kill the first boss, those become gray dwarves, which are sort of zombie-like thing. When you're exploring, you can find lore stones, which will tell you about the things, which is how I know the gray dwarves are zombies and not dwarves. When you're in those many dungeons, you'll eventually discover the location of the next boss, the Elder. But as this cool altar you can find out in the world when you summon him, you need to sacrifice his children, because he's a big tree man, so you killed the high-ranking Grey Dwarves, and they'll give you, like, these seeds, which they say you can hear whispering from, so it's like a hint, I guess. Kind of fucked up, really. It was, like, really far off from where our initial base was, so we kind of, like, made a beeline for it once we had our equipment mostly ready. And then we built a portal right next to it to get back home. The thing about portals is you can't transport metal for some reason. The metal equipment you're wearing, just fine. The metal you mined in your inventory, no, that has to be walked on foot, which is really lame. I guess it encourages you to set up more bases, I guess, right? That's cool. So we made a portal, we set up a little, like, sniper tower up there, which ended up being a lot more useful than we thought it would be. Because the second boss, the Elder, is, not at all melee friendly, which really disappointed me. He's a big tree man, so you'd think that, like, axes and fire would do the most damage to him. Axes are slow, and melee is too dangerous to really fight him, because he'll just step on you and you'll die almost instantly. If you have, like, upgraded armor, you might survive a hit or two. And, like, a big tower shield or something. My armor was not too upgraded, so he'd kill me in, like, literally 1 or 2 hits. He said take the right path till the end. Find a room with 2 holes, don't drop the one that leads to trains. So yeah, as someone who never really used the bow, I threw my spear most of the time. I had a really rough time with him. I just kind of ended up being the distraction for my brother to shoot him with fire arrows. And yeah, he was kind of like a big load of shit. I lost so much experience there, I was really salty. And that was what happened in our last session, really. After killing him, we almost immediately got hit with the new invasion that he unlocks, which is to be attacked by giants. They came and fucked up that sniper tower that we built. And if giants are like the new norm, that really scares me. And obviously we have a whole new biome, the swamps, because you drop the swamp key for to go explore, which will get us new equipment, but like... I just worked so hard to get the equipment, I'm kind of scared to even go for that. Okay, we really haven't been in here then, that's good.
Help! Please!
A human, please be the last one. Is that the same hole? Yes, not.
Goody, this will be fun. As you wish. Take your time as you wish. Please take your time.
Maker's Forge. Please tell me that was the last one. But if it was like 5%, I'd be careless, but 10%'s kind of huge. So, like, I had to do that. Especially if I'm expected to do hard shit on the freaking new hardest difficulty. On camera.
Fury!
Yes! We got all the guys.
I'm normally the speechless type, but thank you for the humans you sent in.
Fuck you for the humans you sent in.
Even I have my limits, but I think I can make one last tweak to your little trinket. You've shown you know how to use your strength wisely.
Woo! Okay. How long did I spend doing that? Like 20, 30 minutes? That's a shame. I could have just looked it up from the beginning, even though I said I wasn't gonna do that, but okay. Okay, we're gonna fight the Lord of Hollows.
What would you ask of this humble merchant?
Right, so in that whole second act, we kind of learned how to farm. Farming's kind of lame in that you have to gather seeds out in the wild, bring them back home, and then, like, that's it. That's the whole process. Gather seeds out in the wild, bring them back home. You don't get more seeds when you harvest them. So, like, that's kind of annoying. We, of course, unlocked a little smithing system. We can brew potions now with a fermenter. We unlocked a cooking pot to make more complex dishes for bigger health and stamina buffs. And we got 2 new types of wood from upgrading our axes, so we were able to make, like, fancier structures. Still, it feels incomplete without the stone. I'm waiting to unlock stone before I really dip my toes into the building. But I feel like the game is, like, drip feeding me the complexity, like it's growing And there's definitely a lot to it. It's impressive in a lot of ways. In fact, when we built our sniper tower, I had figured out that there was like actual physics simulation on the buildings, so I had to like build additional support beams to keep things from collapsing. It was neat. And yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. I'm gonna keep playing, but some things are just a little too grindy for me at the moment.
Welcome, horseman, to our final encounter.
Mistress, wait!
Lord of Hollows, what's happening? Now, answer me!
Are you here to end me?
You should know. You prophesized it.
Yes, I did. And if there was ever a time to strike me down, it is here. Now. Before my becoming. So, what comes next, horseman?
Becoming. You die.
Braxis says you mean to hollow the earth. That you used me to gain the power to do so.
And do you believe him?
I believe he is a demon. Vile, simple, uncomplicated. Yes, I believe Abraxas speaks true, and that you threaten the very order you claim to uphold.
Oh, Fury. In your brief time on the earth, you have let others decide your fate through lies and manipulations. Let me speak plain. The world, as you have always sensed, is broken. Neither heaven nor hell has a way to fix it.
But you do?
Perhaps. The guiding hand has lost its way. Someone must rise above the fray, the lie of balance you seek to protect and set things right. If you believe your own heart, you have no choice.
You're right.
Demand respect.
He's really slow, but he does have this horde of guys he summons. I feel like I can just do like AoE attacks and still get the job done on him. That feels pretty good, I guess. Like, if this is the whole fight, I don't think it's gonna be that bad at all. I probably have time to do another boss. So this could all just be one phase, so I'm not holding my breath. Holy shit, that was a big attack. Oh, he freaking disabled my hollow. I didn't notice because I still had the ice armor on. Normally that would cancel out, or, you know, I can't switch while it's active. Ow. Bitch. I'm ashamed that he killed me if he's that easy. My gut's telling me there's a second phase, but like if that was it, I'm ashamed. Oh! God, he hits fucking hard. And he killed me at like the same health threshold. Do you think that he just does that move when he's at that low health? Also, if he like doesn't heals conservation isn't a problem, maybe I should be going for something that doesn't make damage like this. Or AoEs, right? Fuck. Jump on the fire. Off my hollow again. Big attack. That freaking killed me every time. I only did one this time, so I guess it's not like a set thing. We just happened to do 3 before. You hit it around the same health threshold though, so that's interesting, I guess. I don't know if it's like he just does it when he's this low, or if I happen to be melting him that fast. Yeah, I just don't see it until he's about the same spot, you know? Was that actually it? I would have used my Havoc form if I didn't think he had another phase. Alright. We didn't do that last time. He's gonna give us like a trinket that like adds another cutscene to the end of the game. That's what we were supposed to do.
You killed him?
He was mad. Mad as the rest.
Right?
Something else you want to tell me, mistress?
Yes. I'm tired of demons with delusions of grandeur.
Huh. I think I still did something wrong. Like,
Like, was I supposed to go back and talk to Abraxas? Is that why it gave me a choice, or... It's supposed to fill up whatever's in this last slot. Interesting. I'm gonna go back to Abraxas anyways and see if I can kill him, just because I want to.
Good eating. Please take your time.
Dust on the refinery cabin. I guess here's where I want. Let's see. Darksiders 3. True and how to get true. How to get the secret ending optional. One final gift you can earn is incredibly easy to miss if you don't know what to do. It's also very late in the game. Find Abraxas, speak to Abraxas. You can choose to betray the Lord of Hollows or kill Abraxas. Choose kill Abraxas. This will initiate an optional boss fight. Collect the soul of Abraxas when you defeat the boss. Return to the Lord of Hollows. You can fast travel the Lord of Hollows. What? Choose to spare him. Yeah, parting gift achievement. Dude, what the fuck? I have to go watch and see what I did, but I'm pretty sure I killed Abraxas the first time, and that made it so I couldn't do something else. Like, I'm pretty sure I never fought the Lord of Hollows before. I don't remember that fight at all. Or did I perhaps spare them both? That would be silly. Why would I do that? It's lame. Oh, I guess I can't get there from down below. Bye. Well, if that's how it's gonna be, then, you know, I might end up, like, when I go to grind for the arena, I might just start in, like, New Game Plus. And try and correct this mistake. And then, like, we'll come back, finish the arena on stream, and beat the game. Show you guys the new thing, but I will happen to be, like, significantly stronger by then.
Back to the shadow!
I think I took a wrong turn in Albuquerque. And that gate was locked. How do I get to Abraxas? It's that right there.
How do I get to that? Gabish.
Surely the lady has better things to do than entertain an old demon. Until we meet again.
You son of a bitch, you betrayed me. God damn it. I'm kinda tight. Of course, you guys can just go look up the cutscene yourself, but I thought that, like, upon replaying the game, I'd get all the achievements or something, you know? Guess not. Not without replaying the thing. I have to see, like, what carries over between the two games. Like, obviously the hollows won't, but, like, will my weapon upgrades? Possibly. Like, I shouldn't have to re-explore everything, I don't think. I would hope that my Rider's Mercy stays the same, and I get to keep all my enchantments and stuff. But I just don't know. And that's why I'm, like, hesitant about doing what I just planned out. I'll have to look it up and make my final decision on that. We should have time for one more boss, though, so we're gonna try and fight the Iceman.
What would you ask of this Please take your time.
Eternium Spire.
What would this? As you wish. Do make sure that.
So I guess we aren't doing any more grinding, right? I should just use all of my things now. I mean, we technically are doing more grinding, but I don't know. Maybe I won't need them at all. We'll start with those, just in case.
Greetings.
And, you know, a smart man would probably use them to upgrade his things first. Like, I can buy... Okay.
I knew you couldn't resist. I knew you couldn't resist. As you wish.
Yeah, I'm actually just gonna go back to the Maker's Forge. Or for making you sit through multiple load screens, but... I want to see what weapons I can upgrade. Probably most of them. And I think that should probably take priority over level ups, right? So this is balanced. This is balanced. This is balanced. Unfocused. Juggernaut. Down. Down. The one on my glaive is bound, yeah. So I should upgrade the Juggernaut then.
What do you need, horseman? All right. Let's see what I can do for you. Oh, what you didn't think that was possible, but now you're even deadlier.
Alright, that's what I need.
Interesting. All right. Interesting. Aiming to lay down a mighty hurt, are we?
So I need fragments. Pieces. Lots of fragments, lots of pieces.
Interesting.
I think like 12 pieces minimum. I don't care too much about upgrading the lightning thing, but we'll do it.
What would you ask of this humble? Take your time. An excellent choice. I knew you couldn't resist.
8, 9,
An excellent
10,
choice.
11, 12, 1,
A wise
2,
decision.
3, 4, 5,
A wise
6,
decision.
7, 8.
As you wish.
Put that for now.
Do make sure they scream, horseman.
Well met, Fury. Aiming to lay down a mighty hurt, are we? Didn't think it was possible, but now
More
you're
pieces.
even deadlier. Didn't think it was possible. Oh, what beautiful havoc you'll wreak with that. Didn't think it was possible. Interesting. Nests and blessings to you, Fury.
A lot more pieces. 3 more fragments too. Not a big deal.
As you wish, take your time. A wise decision. excellent choice. An excellent choice. As you wish.
Try something like that.
Do make sure they scream, horseman.
I don't want to overspend because what can I do with it once it's gone? Fucking nothing, that's what. Can't sell
Well,
it.
that fury aiming to lay down a mighty hurt, are we? Oh, what beautiful havoc you'll wreak with that. Didn't think that was possible. Didn't think that was possible.
Alright,
But
6
now,
more pieces.
you're even deadlier. Some of my best work.
Six more
Interesting.
fragments.
Blessings and blessings to you, Fury.
It's 12 to go through all the stages for the one.
What would you... This, as you wish. Take your time.
So,
A wise decision.
3, 4,
A wise decision.
6, 1,
I knew you couldn't
4,
resist.
5, 6, 7,
I knew you couldn't
8,
resist.
9, 10,
An excellent
11,
choice.
12.
As you wish.
How come I aiming to lay down a mighty hurt? Some of my best work. Oh, what? Some of my best. Didn't think that was possible. But now, you're even
I need 6
deadlier.
more. I miscounted. I only went to 12. I didn't include the ones I needed for the salvation. He's not gonna have any left to dump into his mouth.
Take your time. An excellent choice. An excellent choice. As you wish. Farewell for now.
Eesh. He might even sell more stuff after I've killed the next guy, but I don't know if that's gonna like put me right into the end game or not. I don't remember.
Well, that's Fury aiming to lay down a mighty hurt, are we? Oh, what beautiful havoc. Interest. Good luck to you, Fury.
What would you ask of this humble... This will be fun for both of us. As you wish. Farewell for...
Alright. Now we just use all of our thingies. 66.
now.
Nice. I want to get to like 1,000 health. Really? Kinda tight about that, TBH.
What would you ask of
Okay,
this
well, we should be
humble-
significantly stronger now.
Please take your time.
Ready to beat some ass. Bing.
Demons. Fucking rip off my armor too, son. Ooh. Yeah, he still hits like a truck, doesn't matter how much health I have. With how many points I spent, I have to wonder if it would have been the better move to just dump it all into damage. Oh well, what's done is done. Damn it. Beans. Please stop messing with my mic stand. Stop. It's not a comb, you fuck. Stop. Go. Get in my lap. This man is not simple. Timing is so freaking off.
I'm just assuming that he's in stasis mode right now, too. I think that I'm supposed to be able to tell by the aura that's on him. Like how he's got those blue cracks. The guide said that he would change forms at some point. And he doesn't seem to be shutting off my holo when I'm not in stasis. So, like, he should be taking more damage from the fire. But, like, the boss fights are just so much easier to do with stasis. Why have it? Damn. Why'd I even dump all those points into health? I regret it already. Nah, I'm sure he'll be fine once I'm in the arena. Not doing me any good with this guy. Maybe it's because I take more damage from him while he's in this form, you know? That's possible. Bitch. Wow, actually, that's doing a significant amount of damage now. Like, yeah, it's slow. But, like, that probably adds up to about 300 per hit once it's burning. I can just sit back and do that all day. I'm not going to, but... could. Fucking scumbag. Beans, do not go in there. You're not big enough. You're not small enough. What are you doing? Knock it off. There's nothing for you there, just wires. Quit sticking your paws into the unknown. my god, what'd you find? Is that a pen? Find a fucking straw? Okay. There's your fucking treasure beans. I don't know how you even saw it, but okay. Fucking stomp, that's the worst. What's it do on its own? Now half? Okay, so charging it's actually worth it now. Or maybe it's just because he's taking bonus damage from fire. Can I like maybe? Okay, now let's say hypothetically I do choose to hang back. If I use this, I could beat his ass. See how my wrath is still rapidly regenerating? Does that mean that, like, it's either coming from the burn damage or the passive effect from the blue hollow is still in effect? So a point in favor of the nunchucks, I guess, is that their arcane counter is like faster. It's just one hit, as opposed to the multi-chain that I have to do these, which is why I'm kind of refraining from doing it, despite the damage they will hypothetically do. Gosh darn. See, Pussy Strat actually got us somewhere, but I kind of don't want to do that if I'm going to have to repeat it multiple times. I just gotta get good with one of his off timing. Means you know better. Turn around. Do not jump over my wires. Hey, I left him in the room because he was sleeping all day. He's literally slept in the same spot since I got him. But now he's awake, and he's giving me hella anxiety. Thing does like the burst occasionally. Bullshit that stepped on it. Oh, okay, just gotta run out of Okay, so those only resonate with the stomp, which means I don't really have to avoid him as much as I was. Oh, I think he's taking extra damage from the fire. I'd like to see if maybe the axe works better. No, it definitely takes a lot more. Ugh. Okay. Got some time. I'll give it like another 20 minutes. Not that we've been going at him for all that long, but that's how long I intend to be on. Ah, boy. Yeah. So, with that stomp attack, hypothetically, if I broke lock on and dodged forward to the side, I could get behind him, where, like, the circle is in front of him, it's not on the center of him, where his foot is. So I might be able to, like, actually be out of the dodge, of the damage circle, damage sphere, if I did that. But that's hard. I honestly feel like it might be easier to just figure out the timing on it. It's his punches that are giving me trouble. And, like, I shouldn't be using all my heals during this phase of the fight when there's not shit in all the corners. Like, I need to learn his timing, that's the big thing. He's against a wall and I can't dodge. I know I have like buffs and shit I could be using, but it's just not worth it if I don't have the timing down, that's the thing. I need to be able to dodge some of his attacks, or it's just gonna be wasted. I'll also use the Thorns one, maybe. I don't think that would be... I don't think I have enough health to sustain that. How many do I even have? 8. Sheesh. I am a boat, Beans. I am a boat. Boats float on. Alright, finally the cat is in there. Everything's under control. No more anxiety. Okay, he got up because I rewarded him. The son of a bitch. See, if he didn't have that fucking stomp, which is so hard to avoid, I would feel more inclined to stay in and try and go for the counters. But like when the stomp comes out, I just get hit every single time. Like, that counter does like 1,000 damage every fucking time, so like, it's pretty worth it. Kinda big million. Got good things happening right now. Could be doing better, but we could be doing worse. Like, I'm tempted to use something. No. I feel like if I can stick out the push strat just a little longer, I can probably live through this. Need the cat to stop fucking rotating my chair, and I need to use this heal shard. I need to pop this. Damn it! No way was safe, but I still chose the wrong one. I've used an Undying Shard. Thorn Shard, should use friendly, and I just don't know. Purification Shards are dope. That was it, alright? That was the run. We're never gonna have one that good again. Now, actually, you know, it would be really smart of me to equip the thing that does more fire damage when I'm only doing fire damage. Frickin' jackass. They're frickin' sharks with frickin' lasers on their frickin' heads, man. Easy, please. of laying down some confidence is all. That's right, I've actually been lying this whole time. I know all this timing perfectly, and this guy's actually a huge fucking pussy. And I'm gonna eat his ass before this fortification shard even runs out, okay? Now, what's that? Multiple things in one spot? More like multiple chances to perfect dodge. Dodged into it. I got knocked out before I could do the counter. I'm supposed to go into a down state like around now. It's kind of why I didn't do the freaking stall earlier. Fuck out of here, pussy. I was about to fucking quit and get off, even though we're probably like over time a little bit. Nah. Nah. All I do is use a pussy ass item, alright? Shit. Hate myself. Student size of scorn. Alright, well, what do those look like? We're not gonna use them because get them way too late in the game. What are them looking like, though? Those feel really slow, which means they probably hit harder. And I don't know, I guess they have like, they're doing the full AoE on every attack, or not the finishing one, but I don't know, it's alright. And that, more or less the same, but it goes in a straight line with more reach. It's pretty sick, actually. Not that you really need to keep a distance when you have the enemies slowed already. I don't know, that's alright. That one has a full AoE still. And I guess this sides travel in both directions at once. I don't know. I think the post I read said it was like a toss-up between the two. I'm inclined to believe that. The attacks definitely have a range of different I'll equip that just in case it has any effect. I doubt it does. Who's Volgrim? Fire corridor. I guess I'll leave the orange one equipped just because I get heals out of it or
Four
something.
hollows? Oh my! Now we have all it takes to cleanse the serpent holes.
I have. There is no we in I.
Is that a saying?
It is now. Just like if Vulgrim is lying about the serpent holes, I'll wear his hide.
Oh, we are becoming fast friends, aren't we? Let's skip to the final wave of slaughter. Clearing the serpent holes and filling your pockets with booty. Or justice, whatever cracks your whip. What would you ask of this?
The final wing. I would assume that means there's more dungeon to explore. Which is good, because I was concerned about how much time we actually had in the next session, but, yeah, it's time to go, innit? Only slightly over time, I didn't do too bad. I don't feel that I ever learned that boss's patterns, but, once I took that Fortifier Shard and laid down some confidence, I did start getting a lot of counters in, actually, and that was the winning run, so that was good. We killed the Lord of Hollows, kind of messed up getting the true ending, cause fuck me. Killed the Wrath, that was a little more difficult than I thought it would be, but I was also talking, so there's that. And yeah, pretty sure this Diggs fellow is a bot because he said the same thing twice and didn't respond afterwards, so that spooks me a bit. But alright, I don't understand the purpose of chatbots. Anyways, I'll see you guys in a week. And we'll probably beat the game by then. I'll try and do some grinding, see if we can get through the Crucible. Yeah, bye-bye.